Again, let me just repeat the translation channels. English 0, Portuguese 1, French 2, and Arabic 3. Those are the translation channels on your interpretation devices. Helena, switch off my phone. Switch off my phone. May we all rise for the arrival of Her Excellency and her entourage. You may be seated. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, Right Honorable Shitunga Elijah Ngurare, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Madam Sahle-Work Zewde, former President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, Madam Catherine Samba-Panza, former President of the Central African Republic, Your Excellency Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, former Vice President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency Liberata Mulamula, AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, Honorable Franz Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Selma Musavi, Ashipala Musavi, Minister of International Relations and Trade, Honorable Lucia Ipumbu, Minister of Home Affairs and Immigration and Safety and Security, Honorable Dr. Emma Kantema, Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, other cabinet ministers and deputy ministers present, Honorable Emmanuel Nashinge, Leader of the Official Opposition in the National Assembly, Honorable Victoria Kauma, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Namibia, Lady Justice Retired Effie Owo, co-chairperson of FemWise in Africa, other cabinet ministers and deputy ministers, members of parliament, Dr. Judith Katera, Deputy Executive Secretary of the SADC Secretariat, Mr. Adama Musa, Deputy Regional Director of UN Women, service chiefs, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests representing various organizations, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the high-level meeting marking the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, a landmark resolution that has placed women at the heart of peace and security globally. As we gather here in Windhoek, the birthplace of this historic resolution, we not only honor the past, but also shape the future of women, peace and security agenda on the continent. My name is Emilia Mkusa, and I will be directing the proceedings for the first part of our program. May I now ask that we rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Namibia, as well as the AU anthem. Thank you. You may be seated. Our next item will be welcoming remarks by Honorable Selma Ashipala Musavi. Honorable Selma Ashipala Musavi served as Namibia's Deputy Permanent Representative at the United Nations 25 years ago, when this resolution 1325 was adopted. She has since remained a champion of this agenda, making her the ideal person to welcome us today. It is my honor to invite Honorable Selma Asipala-Musavi, who today is the Minister of International Relations and Trade of the Republic of Namibia, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, Right Honorable Chitunga Eliangurare, Prime Minister, Your Excellency, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of Liberia, Your Excellency, Madam Sale Work Zede, former President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, Madam Catherine Samba Panza, former President of the Central African Republic, Your Excellency Pumzile Mlambo Nguka, former Vice President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, Ambassador Liberata Mulamula, African Union Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, Honorable Natangwe Ithete, Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Franz Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Honorable Lucia Ipumbu, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, Honorable Emma Kantema, Minister of Gender and Child Welfare, Special Representative of the President of the Republic of Angola, the Chairperson of the African Union. The Special Representative is on her way to this conference. Honorable Victoria Kauma, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council, Mr. Emmanuel Nashinge, Leader of the Official Opposition in the National Assembly, Lady Justice Retired Effie Owo, Co-Chairperson of FemWise Africa, Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, Dr. Judith Katera, Deputy Executive Secretary of the Southern African Development Community SADC Secretariat, Mr. Adama Musa, Deputy Regional Director of UN Women, representing the UN Women Executive Director, Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps, service chiefs, distinguished invited guests representing various organizations, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, and as I always say, in the event that I have omitted you, please turn to your neighbor either to the right or the left and tell him or her that he or she is very distinguished and your participation and presence is highly appreciated. Very good. It's a happy occasion, so we need to have a light moment. What an absolute delight and a profound honor to welcome you, our international guests, to Namibia, the land of the brave, as we commemorate the 25th anniversary of the United Nations Security Council 1325. This historic moment evokes deep emotions for many of us gathered here, for various reasons. Firstly, Resolution 1325 was informed by the bravery of African women who fought against slavery and colonialism, and was born out of sweat and tears in the powerful hallways of the United Nations Security Council. Secondly, when we first began to visualize a world where women's voices were not just heard, but heeded, we could scarcely have imagined that our vision would one day shape the foundations of global peace and security. And so, from Liberia, the glorious land of liberty, to South Africa, from the Central African Republic, the cradle of the Bantu, to Ethiopia, the mother of a valorous people, from Algeria to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Egypt, Libya, Mali, Rwanda, Senegal, Kenya, Nigeria, Gabon, Sudan, Ghana, Madagascar, South Sudan, Guinea, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Burundi, Uganda, Mozambique, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, Uganda, Zimbabwe, and SADC, the African Union, the Pan-African Women's Organization PAO, the United Nations, Accord, FEMWISE, you have all converged to Windhoek. On behalf of the government and people of Namibia, I warmly welcome you to your second home, Namibia, the cradle of this transformative agenda, as we celebrate both the journey and the promise. This is your legacy, one that you will bequeath to the next generation of leaders in our communities and nations, and to the future we want. Therefore, as we celebrate the legacy of those who paved the way, we must also embrace the responsibility we now carry to advance the vision into the future. For Namibia, the year 2025 is a year where history and hope intersect. 30 years ago, the world convened in Beijing to adopt the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, a resounding call for gender equality and women empowerment. 5 years later, we enshrined that call into global policy through Resolution 1325, forever changing the architecture of peace and security. Since then, we have witnessed women's influence incrementally ascend in parliament, in diplomacy, in peacekeeping missions, at negotiation tables, and within communities, making their contribution to change their societies, including in post-conflict situations. Namibia is immensely honored to host among us today 3 former women heads of state, a former deputy president, a retired chief justice, former peacekeepers, and representatives of civil society organizations, who are all trailblazers whose courage and conviction continue to illuminate our path. Your Excellencies, today we pay homage to your leadership, your bravery, and I dare say, the audacity with which you have and continue to build an enduring legacy in different contextual settings. Allow me also to honor Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, who in her own esteem is a trailblazer, particular pathfinder and symbol of possibility. Your Excellency, your election as Namibia's first female president has reaffirmed our conviction that women's leadership is not confined by circumstances or constrained by convention. Standing on the shoulders of those who have come before you, you have inspired a nation, our continent, and the world to believe that gender equality is not utopia, but an ever-unfolding reality. We also welcome and acknowledge our valued partners like the African Union, the Southern African Development Community SADC, the United Nations, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, whose collaboration ensures that today's commemoration is as diverse as the global sisterhood it represents. Namibia's role in the inception of Resolution 1325 was not by chance. It was an act of conviction and experience, born from our own struggle for freedom and dignity. It was a gift to the world in appreciation of the international solidarity to our struggle for national liberation. It was Africa's recognition of the contribution women make to peace and development. Above all, it was the international community accepting that reality. While commemorating this silver jubilee, we are reminded today, as we were then, that we cannot do this alone. Partnership, peer learning, and the exchange of experience will strongly accentuate our ability to display agility in these very dynamic geopolitical times. Namibia remains ready to continue in our concerted endeavors to provide leadership on this agenda that we hold dear. We look forward to the opportunity to celebrate, reflect, and inspire one another over the next 3 days. Granted, our efforts would not bear fruit if our male counterparts were not willing to enable us to carve out a space for ourselves at the table. And so today, I salute you, I welcome you for all you have to do to walk shoulder to shoulder with us and ensure that we take up space even where it is not conventionally accepted. The power of our dreams has birthed a powerful tool through which we must continue to change the face of women leadership. In conclusion, as your co-host, we have made provision for you to visit our Heroes' Acre, where we lay to rest those who have made it possible for Namibia to become a member of the Committee of Nations. You will also visit our Independence Museum, where you might find references to the countries and organizations you so proudly represent and their contribution to our national independence. On a lighter note, we also invite you to take some time to enjoy the scenery of our capital city, including our Arts and Crafts Center, to take a bit of Namibia with you. Once again, welcome to Windhoek, to Namibia, your second home. Karibu sana, bienvenue à tous, and I thank you very much for your attention.
The question is, why are we here? Minister Ashipala Musavi said, due to the bravery of African women and the support of the male counterpart, from north to south, from east to west. Let us give ourselves a round of applause again. Thank you, Honorable Ashipala Musavi. And now, our next presenter is Dr. Judith Katera, the Deputy Executive Secretary of SADC Secretariat. The Women, Peace and Security Agenda is a key pillar of SADC's commitment to inclusive and sustainable development. To share more on the progress and initiatives undertaken by SADC, I now invite to the podium Dr. Katera, the Deputy Executive Secretary of the SADC Secretariat. You're welcome, ma'am.
A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, people don't seem to be happy. We are celebrating. A very good morning. Good morning. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to salute our President, Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, and also Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Forces. Mama, thank you very much for being here with us and for inviting us to this important occasion. Your Excellency, allow me to say all protocols observed. Your Excellency, I stand here with a heart full of gratitude for this opportunity that has been granted to me to present this statement on behalf of His Excellency, the Executive Secretary of the SADC, of SADC, Mr. Elias Mahosi. I am deeply honored to join you in commemorating the silver anniversary of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. This is a resolution on women, peace, and security, acronymed WPS. I would also want to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Your Excellency, for hosting such a memorable event under the theme 25 Years of 1325, honoring the legacy, advancing WPS agenda. Having said that, let me hasten to say that the mandate of SADC is to promote sustainable economic growth and socio-economic development through regional integration. Our key word is regional integration for everything that we do. It's also through good governance, through durable peace and security. Durable peace and security in our region. Achieving this vision requires an environment where gender sensitivity and gender mainstreaming are central to our regional integration efforts, including on peace building and peacekeeping at both national and regional levels. I believe we are all here because we share the conviction that sustainable peace is only possible when it is inclusive, when it represents the voices, the needs, and leadership of all members of society, especially women who are often left behind in the peacekeeping processes. Your Excellency, SADC's commitment to peace and security is embedded in our key instruments. There are quite a number. These are inclusive of the SADC Vision 2050. We have the SADC Treaty, the SADC Protocol on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation. We have the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, and other policy frameworks. The SADC Treaty in particular, it outlines guiding principles such as peace and security, human rights, democracy, the rule of law, peaceful settlement of disputes, etc. The SADC Regional Indicative Strategy Development Plan, that is what we call RISDIP, which has been running from 2020 to 2030, and the SADC Vision 2050, these two critical documents, both of them, they acknowledge that peace, security, democracy, and political governance are primary enablers of regional integration and development. We note that increasingly, sub-regional organizations such as SADC have become more involved as first responders to conflict situations in the region. In line with our above commitments and the spirit of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and other supporting resolutions, and in operationalizing provisions of SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, on peace building and conflict resolution, SADC developed what we call a strategy on women, peace, and security. This strategy was running from 2018 to 2022. And this strategy aims to ensure that women participate fully and meaningfully in peace and security structures and processes in the SADC region. This strategy promotes development of national action plans on women, peace, and security. And these action plans are there to enhance, to protect, and to respect inclusive, safe, and peaceful societies across the region. In addition, these action plans, they serve as guiding tools for prevention of violence against women and girls, and protection from human rights violations, and ensuring access to justice, especially during armed conflicts. Your Excellency, I would like to take a flashback to 2022. SADC conducted an assessment of progress and challenges in implementing the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda. And this assessment was there to inform action with respect to accelerating implementation of the Resolution 1325. The assessment confirmed that more still needs to be done with respect to implementation. We have done 25 years, but more still needs to be done. In this regard, SADC ministers responsible for gender, with support of the SADC Ministerial Committee of the Organ on Politics, Defense, and Security Affairs, they took a decision to extend the term of the SADC Women, Peace, and Security Strategy from 2022 to 2030. The extension of the strategy timeline served to allow SADC member states to strengthen implementation of the agenda. The assessment indicated that a number of SADC member states believed that Women, Peace, and Security Agenda is an agenda for countries affected by conflict. SADC also reiterated the importance of implementing the Women, Peace, Security Agenda by conflict-free. So it's not only countries affected by conflict, but also conflict-free countries, so that we increase participation of women and girls in peacemaking. So following this assessment, SADC strengthened regional and national consultations to increase awareness on this agenda. A very, very important assignment. Because if I was to ask, allow me to divert a little bit, how many people can speak for 5 minutes about Agenda 1325? We have to make sure everybody at the top, going right down to the grassroots people, they understand what we are talking about. So SADC strengthened regional and national consultations to increase awareness on this agenda and supported national efforts to develop women peace security action plans. The results of strengthened engagement of the SADC Secretariat with member states from 2022 resulted in an increase of, initially we had 4 countries, now we have got 9 member states that have developed women peace security national action plans. In SADC, we've got 16 countries, including Comoros. So only 9 now have national action plans. This puts the region at 56% of member states with these action plans. The 9 member states are Angola, Democratic Republic of Congo, Madagascar, Malawi, Namibia, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. The remaining member states are at different stages in the process of developing these plans. It is important to note that the development of a nation action plan affirms member state policy on the importance of mainstreaming gender in its peace and security institutions, in promoting gender equality and women's full participation in conflict prevention, resolution, and peace support operations. In addition to what I've just mentioned, I would also want to highlight some of the achievements that have been realized by SADC. 1, SADC undertook these consultative meetings and learning platforms to boost the regional momentum for implementation of the Women Peace Security Agenda, and SADC also issued a call to action statement which identified key actions and recommendations for accelerating implementation of this agenda in our region. Indeed, we need to accelerate. Different sectors and stakeholders in SADC were trained to enhance technical capacity and provide the necessary tools to support development and implementation of these action plans. Recently, as recent as February of this year, SADC launched the Network of Women Mediators in Southern Africa. This is a mechanism that is mandated to promote meaningful participation of women in conflict management, conflict prevention, mediation, and peace building in Southern Africa. This network is a subsidiary of the SADC panel of elders, and hence it is a part of the overall SADC peace security architecture. Actually, currently, there are ongoing consultation with different member states for establishment of national chapters of the network. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to share with you the fact that currently, as we speak right now, the SADC Mediation Reference Group, a mechanism supporting the SADC panel of elders, is led by 2 highly experienced female members serving as chairperson and deputy chairperson. I want to take an opportunity to thank all the people who have supported this, especially our male counterparts. The SADC region has also noted substantial progress in women's representation and participation in politics and some decision-making positions at different levels. SADC member states have increasingly appointed women in security sector institutions to non-traditional ministerial roles such as defense, police, and home affairs. Just to share a few practical examples, these have been demonstrated by Namibia and the United Republic of Tanzania, who have female presidents. Can we clap hands for that? While Zimbabwe and URT have female ministers of defense. We thank you, our male counterparts, once again. Your Excellency, I now wish to focus on the importance of partnerships and collaboration in the implementation of this agenda. For alone, we cannot do it. We need partners. SADC continues to collaborate with the different like-minded cooperating partners that share our aspirations to secure peace and security in Southern Africa. These include, among others, I will mention with a heart full of gratitude, the European Union, the Swiss Confederation, Africa Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, that's ACCORD, UNDP, UN Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs, UN Women, the International Women Peace Center here in Namibia, and the support of the African Union. On behalf of SADC, let me take this opportunity to deeply appreciate the support that has been extended to SADC citizens and to further encourage other development partners, civil society organizations, private sector, philanthropies, etc., to emulate the good example that has been demonstrated by some of the organizations that I've mentioned. Now that we've done 25 years, going forward, what are we saying in SADC? Your Excellency, we are saying, going forward, SADC undertakes to strengthen resource mobilization for long-term and durable innovative financing, which is to be deployed not only towards the regional infrastructure such as energy, water, and ICT, but such resources will also be deployed towards soft infrastructure such as gender, peace, and security. A typical example of innovative financing we are coming up with, Your Excellency, is issuance of the first SADC infrastructure bond, which will be coming in the new year. As we commemorate 25 years of the resolution 1325, and as we take stock of progress made and map our way forward, SADC recognizes key women peace security agenda areas that require strengthening. Which are these areas that we feel require strengthening? The first one is increased women participation. That is encouraging women to take part in peace negotiations. When people are undertaking peace negotiations, women are not there on the table. Also, participate in conflict prevention and resolution. This includes supporting women's leadership and decision-making roles in peace security initiatives. The second area we need to strengthen is that of capacity building. Intensifying efforts for capacity building for women mediators. We want to intensify capacity building for our security forces, peacekeepers on gender-sensitive responses, human rights, hence ensuring their effectiveness in promoting peace and security. We also wish to address gender-based violence, including conflict-related sexual violence, and we want to strengthen multi-stakeholder coordination, where government and civil society organizations harness their relationship through collaboration and local community engagement. Your Excellency, I now wish to highlight that development of effective monitoring and evaluation mechanisms that can track progress and make consolidated efforts towards generation of gender disaggregated data is also of great importance. Data is missing, Your Excellency. We do not have data on these issues, particularly this UN resolution. And I want to conclude by saying, let me highlight the critical role of regional economic groups in advancing women peace security agenda. The RECs, such as SADC, have comparative and convening power that brings member states together to common understanding of this agenda. Let's make use of our RECs, such as SADC. Furthermore, RECs can train and strengthen capacities for coordinating regional efforts towards implementation of UN resolution, noting that cooperation and collaboration with other regional bodies and organizations is key to building a culture of sustainable peace. Through this platform, I would like to appeal to the United Nations. I want to appeal to all member states that they appoint more women as special envoys for peace and security as we have witnessed here, through, where is she? I cannot see where she is. The Special Envoy on Peace. It's okay, I can't see her, but she's here. This will enable the appointment of special envoys to adopt more gender-responsive decisions, especially when dealing with situations following conflict such as resettlement, repatriation, refugee situations, and where women and children from war-torn countries are declared stateless. So we must not forget some of our people who are now stateless. As we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, and showcase the great progress made thus far, SADC member states are further encouraged to be mindful of the fact that WPS is the least resourced sector on national budgets. I'm sure you all agree with me that our national budgets are not inclusive. Consequently, through ministries of finance, we are encouraging them to provide for women, peace, and security agenda beginning the year 2026. We strongly advocate for this prioritization, lest we forget that peace is the foundation of growth, development of our economies. With these remarks, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I say merci beaucoup, muito obrigado, asante sana, ndatenda.
Regional integration is everything we do in SADC, including the incorporation of WPS agenda. Thank you very much, Dr. Katera. Can we give her another round of applause, please? The following item, which is the statement by the representative of the chairperson of the African Union, we will revert back to this item during the course of the day. However, I wish to call upon Her Excellency Liberata Mulamula, the AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, to tell us a little bit of WPS at the AU.
Excellencies, when I'm on the podium like this, they always adjust the microphones. Excellencies, I hope all you can all see me, or if not, you can hear me. Your Excellency, Mama Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Mheshimiwa Raisi wa Jamhuri ya Namibia, allow me to recognize all our leaders, to recognize the former presidents, Mama Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, have the honor to recognize Mama Sahle-Work Zewde. I have the honor to recognize Mama Catherine Samba Panza. I have the honor to recognize Mama Pumzile. I have the honor to recognize our gracious sister, Minister Selma, and I have the honor to recognize all the powerful women in the room. And the women in uniform. And of course, I have the honor to recognize all our men, led by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Honorable Chief Justice. As you can see, I'm so delighted. I'm so delighted to stand before you on this special occasion to commemorate the Silver Jubilee of our historic Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. But I'm honored to stand here. I know I'll come later when the heart of the chairperson of the African Union, but let me extend, Your Excellency, Mheshimiwa Raisi, let me extend the warm greetings from the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Ambassador Mahmoud Ali Yusuf. He sends his warm greetings, and also from the top leadership of the African Union. I'm happy also to stand here as we meet in this country. The Director of Ceremonies called it, and we know it, as the land of the brave. We have seen the courage of the leadership here to convene us today as we mark this jubilee, but taking us back to the history of why we are here. And the Director of Ceremony posed that question to us: why are we here? We are here because Namibia took the courage during its presidency in the Security Council 25 years ago to say we cannot be sitting in the UN Security Council discussing the maintenance of peace and security in the world while the women are excluded. So, Madam President, then, I believe, Mheshimiwa Raisi, by then you are the Deputy Foreign Minister. You introduced this historic resolution on women, peace, and security agenda. Actually, I've just assumed the office as the Special Envoy on Women, Peace, and Security of the African Union Commission. I'm only 2 months on the job, but I want to make a lot of noise. We need this voice. As the former Foreign Minister of Sweden, when they were in the Security Council, Madam Margot, she said, women do not need a voice. They need to be listened to. So I just wish to request that I be listened, have my few remarks to make, to say that, Excellencies, as we gather here, it is a time of both reflection and reckoning. This year, as we have said, marks this Silver Jubilee, but we are also celebrating the Beijing +30. What a year. What a moment. I must say, the international community, 25 years ago, committed itself and affirmed that women had long known and lived that peace is more sustainable, more just, and more inclusive when women are fully engaged at every level of decision-making, from conflict prevention to post-conflict reconstruction. Excellencies, and yet today, multilateralism, of course, multilateralism is challenged, and nowhere is this more visible than in the growing number of protracted conflicts and emerging threats we face, from Sudan to the Great Lakes region, in the Sahel, now in Madagascar, in the Gaza, in Europe. There is existential threat of emerging conflicts, of recurring conflicts, but then we are also being faced with the new threats to security brought about by climate change that now intersects with and amplifies conflict, displacing communities, drying up livelihoods, and exacerbating tensions, especially for rural and indigenous women. Excellencies, we cannot ignore this overlapping crisis, but neither we can afford to sideline gender equality in our response. Women are not merely victims of this crisis, they are architects of peace. And this has been said, and was also well put by my sister from SADC, that we call for the full, equal, meaningful, and safe participation of women in peace processes across all mediation tracks, formal and informal, and throughout post-conflict recovery and constructions. We, as women, we need a strong focus on women's inclusion and protection, as well as full respect for international humanitarian and human rights law, which must be integrated throughout the work of the UN, African Union, and other multilateral institutions in all peace operations. Let me also emphasize, accountability must also remain at the core of our agenda. We underline the crucial role of justice, and we have the justice here, Chief Justice, his lordship. I'm calling that we should end impunity of perpetrators and delivering meaningful redress for victims, particularly in cases of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence. Your Lordship, peace without justice is not peace, it's only silence. Excellencies, as the newly appointed envoy, shouldering this enormous responsibility on women, peace, and security, and of course, riding on the shoulders of my predecessor, who knew very well, Madame Bineta Diop, I pledge to serve as a bridge between institutions and communities, between policy and practice, and between our aspirations and our actions. However, let me say, Excellencies, I cannot fulfill this responsibility without your support and collaborations. The legacy of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 is not measured by the number of meetings we have, by the number of workshops we hold, by the number of resolutions we pass, but by the number of lives we change. Let this silver anniversary be not a commemoration of promises made, but a renewal of promises kept. Because when women lead, peace is not just possible, it is powerful, it is lasting, and it is real. I thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Merci beaucoup à tous. Asante sana.
As Excellency Mulamula said, the saying goes by, women do not need a voice, but need to be listened to. And Resolution 1325 should not be measured by many other things, but should be measured by the number of lives that we change. That is the message we get. We all have to go back and again look at Resolution 1325 and see how many women's life we change. Of course, with the assistance and support of our male colleagues. Your Excellency, thank you very much. And I would want us to give her another round of applause. Our next speaker is none other than our President of the Republic of Namibia. As we continue to champion the women, peace and security agenda, it is both fitting and inspiring that we are joined by a trailblazer, as it was said here, whose leadership embodies these very principles. She is Namibia's first female head of state and one of only few women presidents on the African continent. Under her leadership, Namibia continues to play a central role as the continental hub for women, peace and security. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic.
Please be seated. Your Excellency, the special envoy says, when she comes in, you have to change. When I come in, we have to change. Thank you very much, Ambassador Emilia Mukusa, our Director of Ceremonies, and Secretary to Cabinet in the Republic of Namibia. Right Honorable Prime Minister Araja Gurare, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, our Chief Justice, Your Excellency, you see, the problem now, I was learning from one colleague from South Africa who shared with me a podium in Ongwediva when we were attending one of our trade fair. And he said neutrality is good, but sometimes it can deserve, because she wanted always to refer to me to say, "Hey, Excellency, Excellency." But here I have to say, Your Excellencies, no neutrality. Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of the Republic of Liberia. Your Excellency, Madam Catherine Samba Ponza, former President of the Central African Republic. Your Excellency, Madam Shell Walker said, former President of Ethiopia. Nzile Malabo Nguka, former Deputy President of South Africa. Honorable Ministers and Members of Parliament, I recognize our Deputy Chair of the National Council, the Leader of the Official Opposition. I sincerely request that I stand on the protocol established by our Director of Ceremonies and to recognize our women in uniform, particularly those who participated in the UN and AU peacekeeping operations, and to say, ladies and gentlemen, and all of you, you are really recognized in your different capacities. As we gather here today to celebrate the silver anniversary landmark of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, it is with delight that I welcome you all to the Republic of Namibia, the land of the brave. In my capacity as the 5th President of the Republic of Namibia. Yes, this is the first time that Namibia is having a female president, and as we know it in Namibia, women do not need to be invited to the table. Women have just to be given a space in order to play their role in the table for leadership. Allow me, therefore, at the onset to thank the AU Commission for having worked with us in organizing this celebration. Namibia is grateful to the African Union Commission for the partnership and active collaboration in making this historical event possible. Our continental organization has continued to guide Africa towards a future that is just, peaceful, and prosperous. Under the leadership of the African Union's vision towards Agenda 2063, we are reminded that our continent's strength lies in unity, in shared responsibility, and in the pursuit for peace and development that leaves no one behind. That simply means both men and women have to participate in peace process as they participate in the development of our continent. We also thank the SADC Secretariat for joining us. This partnership and support is a clear reflection of the importance that the regional leadership plays in advancing the women peace and security agenda. This is not only through standard setting and regional coordination, but also by ensuring that regional voices remain at the forefront of the global action and, more importantly, implementation. Statements made, documents drawn up, policies developed without implementation is just as good as they do not exist. I also extend our heartfelt welcome to our distinguished former heads of states who join us today. The former president of Liberia, the former president of the Central African Republic, the former president of Ethiopia, and our former deputy president of South Africa. You are the pioneering women who have broken the barriers, and we should not forget that at any time in our history. As the first president of the Republic of Namibia, a female, I proudly stand on your shoulders. Your courage, leadership, and tenacity continues to inspire me and generations of women and girls across Africa and the world. And I must really tell you that your presence at this gathering today has added to my aspiration, has given me power, has given me further strength, and is an assurance that I am not alone. You are there to support me throughout because gender barriers are still there. You can reach, but it will not always be easy. However, with your presence, I'm assured that I'll be able to lead the people of Namibia to prosperity. The popular question I was always getting was, what do I say about Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and whether I know her or not? It was an easy answer for me. Of course, I said, we are born apart, one in Southern Africa, one in West Africa, and we never worked together, except when I was Africa chief negotiator for the Beijing Platform of Action, and at the time, she was in charge of the UNDP African desk. And when we were stranded for the space to do our negotiation, she was always making space available to us. The only thing I can say we have in common, we share a birth date, which is the 29th October. The year is not needed for today. Director of ceremonies, you see where I got all my inspiration. The UN Security Council Resolution 1325 is driven from the Beijing Platform of Action, a document that I also had an honor to serve as the Rapporteur General of that conference, specifically from the critical area of concern, women in conflict. The resolution speaks to the conflict in our region that have positioned women as victims despite the significant role they can play in changing the dynamics of the conflict. Therefore, at the heart of this jubilee, we are reminded why this resolution matters. Our Minister of International Relations and Trade has also elaborated on that, as well as all those who spoke before me. This resolution seeks inclusive and lasting peace within our communities. The African continent has experienced its fair share of conflict. Hence, Africa has taken a leading role in the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, demonstrating the continent's commitment to inclusive peace and security. Unfortunately, 25 years later, we mark this anniversary in the context of heightened global tension and a geopolitical order that continue to see women bearing the brunt of some of the most gruesome conflict across the world. Conflict disrupts every layer of human life: families, communities, economies, and the future. It therefore demands resolutions that draw upon the wisdom, perspective, and participation of all members of our society. Namibia's leadership on women, peace, and security agenda did not begin in 2000. The principle of Resolution 1325 resonates deeply with our history and lived experience. Namibian women have long been active agenda of peace, security, and liberation. From the earliest resistance to colonial rule to the liberation struggle that culminated into our independence in 1990, women have stood shoulder to shoulder with men in the pursuit of justice and freedom and on the negotiation table. Personally, and other women in Namibia, the likes of our Dr. Libertina Madila, well-known medical doctor, were part of the SWAPO negotiation team on the implementation of the UN Security Council resolution on independence. Today, we all know that the UN-supervised election in Namibia remain a reference point as one of the successful peace missions in this world. Since they supervised the first elections, we continue strengthening our democracy. And this is what we say, that have women also in the table, then that peace can be sustained. Our national anthem refers to Namibia as the land of the brave, a tribute to the exceptional courage, resilience, and determination of our people in overcoming oppression. My own journey as a young woman during the liberation movement was shaped by that sacrifice of countless peers, many of them women who rescued and in many cases gave their lives to freedom of our nation. Let me also state that the participation of women in Namibia's liberation struggle was not incidental. It was organic and intentional. Women voluntarily entered the liberation struggle with a determination to end oppression in Namibia. We took up arms and became soldiers. Women were sent to study and gain necessary skills to lead in Namibia, which they are doing today. And as I've mentioned above, women formed a part of the diplomatic front that negotiated for the independence of Namibia and the United Nations. And we are still ready to play our role in the international peace. And that's why, as we stand, Namibia has put up a woman candidate to contest a position of the president of Interpol, a position that we are glad is supported by SADC. And we have presented to the international community Major General Ana Maria Nainda to be our candidate. Oh, she's there. A professional police officer who is currently serving for some times now in the executive of Interpol. And that is her capability that we have assessed. And we are convinced that if the chance is given to Namibia to lead that organization, we are not going to fail the world. She's a tested member. You can sit down, General. Director of Ceremonies, the SWAPO Party Women Council that was established from the SWAPO 1969-1970 Consultative Conference has mobilized the women to take their rightful position in the fight against apartheid, racism, and sexism. And this is what is guiding us up to now. Those who remain in Namibia protested, protected the freedom fighters, and endured unfolded hardship. This tale of women in liberation movement is not unique to Namibia, we know, but we have to tell it and to explain that it was not accidental when we led the discussion in the Security Council to discuss women and peace. We know it was not easy. When the move was made, it was said, no, let it go to ECOSOC. That's a social issue. That is a humanitarian issue. But we see the impact now that it's making. Experience is the best teacher. Director of Ceremonies, conflict impacts all dimensions of life: economic development, health, migration, and climate resilience. It cannot be one gender that should take a decision, but it must be everybody. Women must therefore be at the decision-making table in shaping peace and security. This conviction is embodied in the 4 pillars of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. These are, number 1, participation, ensuring that women are equally represented in decision-making process, peace negotiation, mediation, and leadership role. Protection, safeguarding women and girls from conflict-related violence and upholding their human rights in terms of war and peace. Number 3, prevention, addressing the root cause of conflict, promoting inclusive governance, and working to prevent gender-based violence and abuse before they occur. And number 4, relief and recovery, granting that women's needs, priorities, and capacities are fully integrated into the post-conflict reconstruction and recovery efforts. Those pillars remind us that women are not simply victims of war, but agents of peace. Resolution 1325 provides a comprehensive framework that links peace and security to gender equality, ensuring that the voices and experience of the half humanity are not left behind. Importantly, we believe that peace is not only the absence of conflict, but the presence of cooperation, as well as respect of human dignity and mutual care across society. The adoption of Resolution 1325 was a transformative milestone, for it was for the first time that issues of women were introduced to the Security Council. Until then, women's security concerns were largely confined to humanitarian sphere. Yes, Namibia, together with many like-minded countries, with immense support from civil society organizations, understood that women are not passive bystanders to conflict, but integral actors in peace and security, hence their participation is essential. It must be underscored here, when women participate, peace agreements are more durable, communities are more resilient, and the devastating consequences of war on society are addressed and more comprehensive. This proves that the promises of Resolution 1325 is not aspirational, it is achievable. Last year, Namibia hosted the ministerial high-level seminar on AU Peace and Security Council, commemorating 20 years of the AU Peace and Security Council by taking stock of women's participation in leadership in peace process in Africa. That seminar gave birth to the Swakopmund process, which makes clear recommendation about quotas and representation of women in the AU-led and co-led mediation process. And those recommendations are to be implemented as a matter of priority. SADC, as a member of the AU, are implementing this. We have heard this morning that when what happened, unfortunately, the unfortunate situation that happened in Madagascar, our then current chair of the SADC, the chair of the SADC organ on defense and security, has immediately to move in. Subsequently, already, a delegation of eminent seniors of SADC are in Madagascar, led by 2 able women. And this is what we say, that those recommendations must be implemented. They are not there just because they are women. They have the capacity to negotiate those, to lead those negotiations on behalf of SADC and, of course, the African Union. Women participation in peace process does not seek to diminish, and I want to underline this, does not seek to diminish or erase the legacy of men. No, that's not the idea. Rather, complementing their work by making the international peace process more efficient, effective, and long-lasting. On a day like this, we'll also honor men who have championed women's inclusion and opened the door where we were excluded. And also by playing a significant role in bringing peace in our continent and in the world. Their solidarity reminds us that gender equality is not just a women issue. It's a human issue that benefits all in building just, peaceful, and inclusive society. Director of Ceremonies, as we celebrate the achievement of women, peace and security agenda, it is true that we have also a long way to realize the full implementation of this agenda. Too often, peace deals, particularly those broken by external actors in our continent, have excluded the women as negotiators and mediators, overlooking their perspective and lived experience. This omission has also meant that the specific atrocities endured by women during conflict have not been adequately acknowledged, addressed, or redressed in the post-conflict framework. Without women at the table, peace will remain incomplete. It is in two main places. Political will remain uneven or absent, while many states have adopted commitment. On paper, the implementation lags behind, and women are still excluded. We also face gaps in monitoring, evaluation, and coordination across sectors. Without strong accountability mechanism, the promises of Resolution 1325 risk remaining an inspiration rather than a reality in many parts of the world. Furthermore, some civil society organizations who have been the backbone of the advocacy, service delivery, and community peace building on the subject matters continue to operate under uncertain and inconsistent funding conditions. This instability undermines their capacity to provide vital services, particularly under the relief and recovery pillars. Director of Ceremony, at this same time, the security arena itself continues to evolve. Today's threats are not only armed conflict, but also climate change, cyber insecurity, pandemics, and other emerging risks that destabilize communities and disproportionately affect women and youth. The Women Peace Agenda must adopt those realities, ensuring that women's voices help shape solutions to both traditional and new security challenges. Those challenges remind us that while we celebrate progress, we must remain vigilant, committed, and innovative in addressing the persistent gaps that hold back the women, peace, and security agenda. It's against that background that in Namibia, we have set up the International Women Peace Center that is aimed to keep reminding ourselves our responsibility and also to work closely with similar centers in the region, in the continent, and the world in advancing the Women Peace Agenda. Director of Ceremonies, as we mark this 25th anniversary, we must also look forward. Resolution 1325 has laid a foundation, but the task ahead remains urgent. Conflict across Africa and the globe are intensifying, with women and children bearing the greatest burden. In order for this agenda to be carried forward into the next quarter century, young women need to be empowered to continue advancing the Women Peace Agenda. Young women empowerment will enforce intergenerational collaboration for a workable and sustainable world peace. Namibia firmly believes that the future of sustainable peace lies in bringing together the wisdom of women and the energy of the youth, alongside men as equal partner in this process. As we mark 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council 1325, let us also not reflect on the progress we made in peacekeeping and post-conflict, but also confronted by ongoing injustice that are persisting in our world today. In particular, we must remember the women of Palestine who continue to endure unfolded suffering under occupation, displacement, forced hunger, and systematic violence. Their resilience in the face of adversity is a testimony to our human spirit, yet their pain is a reminder of our collective failure to uphold the promises of international law and human dignity. No doubt, many people have lost their lives in Gaza and properties destroyed. However, it is our hope that the ongoing negotiation will bring relief to the people of Palestine. We must also not forget the women of Western Sahara, with the hope that one day the UN resolution on the referendum in that country will be held. In our region, Southern Africa, we call for peace in Eastern DRC and in Cabo Delgado in Mozambique. And really, we have confidence on the good office of the SADC chair of organ on defense and security for the issue of Madagascar to be peacefully resolved. Director of Ceremonies, in the final analysis, Namibia is proud to host this silver anniversary. But we do not do so for self-congratulations. We do so to the recommitment to recommit ourselves alongside Africa and the global community to fully and equally and meaningful participation, or ensure meaningful participation of women in peace and security. Let us honor the past by strengthening the present, and let us secure the future by investing in our women and youth. May this gathering serve as a beacon of hope, reminding us the lasting peace cannot build without all the voices being heard. The leadership of women and girls work together with men and boys across every level of our society is what we need in order to maintain peace and security in the world, being the prerequisite for sustainable development and to address the challenges our people facing anywhere in the world. Once again, welcome to Namibia. You honored us to host this anniversary, and thank you very much. Find the time to look at the beautiful sceneries of the land of the brave. You will not regret by doing so.
Can we give her another round of applause, please? You may be seated. I wish to welcome Lady Justice, retired Effie Owo. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you.
I now declare this celebration open.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. No one should be left behind in peace processes as well as at the negotiation table. That is to ensure peace in the world. For now, I wish to invite a multicultural group just to give us one of two performances. Protocol, multicultural group come in. You are welcome.
they are in under the ground.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for our multicultural group. Thank you. Thank you. Indeed, we are all Namibia. This is a multicultural group that had performed cultural activities or performances from all corners of Namibia, from north to south, from west to east. So that is what Namibia is all about. Your Excellencies, we have a photo session, but this photo session, I'm told, is only for the front row. Protocol will guide us as to how the sitting will be. I therefore invite everyone, Excellencies, that are sitting in the front row to come up to the stage. Thank you.
From the heart of Africa, where stories unfold, voices are heard, and the pulse of the nation beats. Welcome to NBC One, Namibia's most trusted news source. At NBC One, we bring Namibia and the world to you. Join us for a full range of content, news, interviews, documentaries, live parliamentary broadcasts, and so much more. Stay informed, stay engaged, stay connected. NBC One, your source for news.
representing the United Nations system here in Namibia, to be moderating this fireside chat in Namibia, the birthplace of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. 25 years ago, government, civil society organizations, and the United Nations partnered to adopt the resolution on the 31st of October 1995. And as has been said in a lot of these presentations or speeches this morning, is that the adoption of this resolution has been very significant. And achievements we have noted that have been realized as a result, including more women who we see in political leadership and in the security forces, more women sitting at the table in decision-making, more women in UN and AU peacekeeping missions, and more peace in our communities. Because the thread that we have heard is once women are able to do all of this, we live in more peaceful societies, more peaceful countries, and in a more peaceful world. However, more still needs to be done. But please allow me, during this fireside chat with Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, to tap into her wisdom, insights, and experience. This fireside chat with Her Excellency is a wonderful opportunity, and we are so delighted to have you participate in this chat. And it is a historic moment because 25 years after Namibia's leadership in shaping the UN Security Council resolution on women, peace, and security, it is also 35 years since Namibia's independence, and it is the first time that this nation is led by a female head of state. So it's historic for many, many reasons. And I think, if you don't mind, this definitely deserves a round of applause. As she mentioned, President Nandi-Ndaitwah began her journey as a soldier and a leader in Namibia's liberation movement, laying the foundation for a lifelong commitment to leadership, justice, and inclusion. As former Deputy Minister of Gender, she played a pivotal role in encouraging Namibian leaders to pursue an unprecedented resolution at the United Nations Security Council and transformed the global discourse on women, peace, and security. This conversation will explore how political will, the courage to champion what has never been done before, drives the women, peace, and security agenda, and connects leadership at the top with women leading peace building at the community level. It will reflect on political will as not just a political declaration, but as a leader's commitment to act, to allocate resources, to hold institutions accountable, and enable inclusive participation. Political will should remain a driving force behind action and implementation in order to carry the WPS agenda forward, where every woman's commitment or contribution to peace is recognized, supported, and sustained from the highest to the grassroots level. So, Your Excellency, I have a number of questions for you, and I would like to start with my first one, which is really, as you began your journey as a soldier and leader in Namibia's liberation movement, how did those early experiences shape your understanding of inclusion in peace and security?
Thank you very much. And we are talking about the fireside chat. I think traditionally, when we talk about the fireside, we're supposed to be sitting around the fire. And the fire, by its nature, has its own significance. As through that, even our ancestors, they give us inspiration and they strengthen us as we are discussing issues of a particular period. So now we are emerging, we are sitting around the fire so that we can get that traditional inspiration. Talking about my journey and how it influenced my whole life, all of us, our first years in life is what influences us. In fact, we are influenced even before we were born, because even the behavior of our mothers particularly, as they are carrying you, it has an influence. Situation in which I have grown up definitely has an influence in my journey. It was a situation that was characterized by serious inequality that was so obvious in your day-to-day life. And as a young person, you just wonder what is happening. And when now you hear the grown-up they are talking, then you say, this is really the way to go. Because here now we are talking about the political environment, because where I am now, I'm playing a role in the political life. So in the community where I grew up, which is northern Namibia, you know that this country was divided. And for you to move from one part of the country to another was a hurdle. You have now the men who were mostly required to work in the mines as well as in the farms. And they leave you there. And when the person comes back, like now your brother, in my case, my brothers who used to come to work in the mines and the farms, they literally have nothing. And then you come now as you are growing up and then you have to go to school, or you are hearing now that when you go in the shops, you have this thing of blacks only, whites only. Then you have a situation where when you go in the shop, the blacks are not allowed to buy the white bread. But now when I think of it, it's very interesting because we are now all rushing for the brown bread. But that time it was not, it was reserved. The blacks, you were to go for the brown bread. So that harsh situation really has shaped me. And it makes one to be resilient. And it's not only me. I was with other young people of my time. So that led me now to open our eyes. And you have now the political, like the SWAPO, which is known, which was really a mobilizing factor, having all these meetings at your villages after Sundays. They go to a certain tree. And it really just shapes you to be so resilient and to pick up the courage to say that you cannot be the one idling. And I think that is really what I have learned. My own father was a pastor at the time, but very cultural, I must really say. Being a pastor, he decided he's not going to drop what we can practice traditionally. For example, when the religious came, they didn't like the people to have their cattle feast, but my father refused. And these are the things really that shaped my life. And it helped me to be resilient. It helped me to be focused. And it has brought me where I am. I believe so. And that is really what happened to all of us. The surrounding is what shaped you. And I grew up in a surrounding that was a fighting for independence surrounding. People like Ahuma Kandola just in the neighborhood, they come home, they are discussing, they are talking. So you are getting all these things. And that is what shaped my, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and thank you. And I would just like to have a follow-up question, and my follow-up question to you is that, as you have said, the society where you grow up in, your home background is really what shapes you for who you are. You've mentioned, of course, too, that you were a fighter because of the inequality that you saw happening in the country. So then, what was it then that gave you and has continued to drive you in terms of peace and inclusion? Because that is an important part of your leadership that I have also, and I'm sure many can witness, that we have seen play with you.
One thing I have also learned to be patient. One thing which my father used to talk a lot is to be patient. While my mother always used to say, if something happened to you and you cannot change it, it should not hold you back. Try to find a way out. Just to be focused and find the way out. And then you will find it. Another thing is teamwork. That you cannot work alone. And also, don't be afraid of others. People around you are the ones who are building you up. If they are doing well, you will shine. If you are doing bad, you will not also fall. So I always believed on working as a team, and when given a responsibility to head, it does not mean I know everything. It's just that there must be a leader. And with my patience, which I've learned from the beginning, and also one thing my father used to say, be the one who don't know. Listen. Don't be trying to say you know everything. When you are listening, you will learn what you don't know, and what you know will also be strengthened. So, and this is really what I believe in, that when I'm working, I also work on trust and confidence. I work on trust. So I don't think that, but it can happen, and I can be able to tell that here, it seems one is breaking the trust. And I have to find a way how one can get out of it. But definitely when you are working with the people, don't be afraid of them. Their success is your success. Mentor them, build them, and this is what I tell Namibians. And I proved it. It's really a fact. I'm one person, I have produced many ministers who were my deputies. And yes, because I treated them as part of the work. If a person does not want to learn, it's a problem. And even my EDs, I'm happy that our Minister of International Relations was also one who served as my ED. And I see my special advisor there. One time she served me as a deputy. And I just say build each other. Never be in the leadership and you think you can give the people around you a limit in terms of what you want to do, because maybe you are afraid that one time they can take over. If somebody is having such a mentality, I'm telling you, they will not succeed. In the process, they will fail. That's really what I believe.
Thank you so much for those nuggets that you have already given to us in terms of leadership, or what we can define as successful leadership. So throughout your career and having held the different leadership roles that you have, and also now with your recent inauguration as the president, how would you define political will? And particularly in the context of advancing women, peace, and security, and why is it critical for meaningful change? That's a loaded question, but I hope you can, I'm sure you can pick pieces of it. Thank you.
Yeah, political will involves commitment, and it also involves real action. Because if we are saying we have a political will that is only appearing in our statements and declaration, and there's no action that is taking place, definitely that's not a political will. A political will can even go further to think in terms of allocating resources that will enable a specific action. For example, at the AU level, we have demonstrated the political will when sometimes back a decision was taken that for the development of the African continent, at least 15% of African natural resources should not go out of the continent unprocessed. That's a political statement. It's a will. However, if you are not going further to empower Africans with skills and resources to add value to those natural resources, they will continue just to be taken out unprocessed. And that is not a political will. So political will has to go with tangible, with concrete action, resources allocation, and tangible result must be seen. And then we say there is a political will here.
Thank you. Thank you for that again. And also, just as a follow-up, because I do have a follow-up, is many times having worked in this Southern Africa region, in the SADC region, in many countries, one of the things that has often been said is that we have a lot of policies, we have a lot of national action plans, declarations, but the challenge is the implementation. So it would be interesting to hear your reflection on that, even as we look at the Women and Peace Security agenda, how you would see us actually move to that action which you have spoken about. You have spoken about the budget that needs to go with it as well. But how do you think we can move beyond that?
Yeah, we can move beyond that by, again, going back to the issue of empowerment. We cannot just talk about women need to participate in peace process as mediators, as negotiators, if we are not building their capacity to do that. And that capacities have to be built both at the national, regional, and continental level. I have mentioned this morning that in Namibia we have set up the International Women Peace Center. We have set it up with a purpose because we believe that having such an institution will be able to make room for capacity building of Namibians who can be used in the peace process. Also, it will enable us to have a pool of people with appreciation as to what do we say or mean when we talk about the whole concept of peace. Because the sender will be looking holistically into the whole peace process. as it's growing, we will not only make use of it internationally, but we also make use of it locally. Just even peace in yourself is very important. Because if you don't have peace in yourself, this is what you take outside and then become a destabilizing factor in the community where you live or in the family. So this is a concrete example that we want to empower. We are also saying this center will be linking up with similar centers in the world so that we can learn from them. And you see, peacekeeping operations does not only involve the officers who are going there, but for us in Namibia, we also feel that their families, they also have a role to play. So as we are moving, we find we would want also to see that the sender should be in contact with the families of the officers who might be part of the UN or the AU peacekeeping missions, so that they appreciate what their family members are doing and their contribution to international peace. So that is really showing a political will that you draw the capacity. I mentioned in the morning our general, whom we want to deploy as part of the Interpol, is our contribution to peace. And we invested in her. We gave her all the chances. We trained her. She has the capacity. And we know that she will be able to save the world and contribute to the maintenance of order in the world. So it's really the empowerment that is required. And you need resources for that. And we do. The center is operated by the staff who are currently full part of the establishment of the ministries that are participants, that is international relations, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of Gender Equality. So these are the officers who are at the center. You could have visited it, but now the building is under construction. We want to expand it. We want it to serve the purpose for the center. So I think now they are just kept in the corners in the office where they belong. But they used to operate there, but we realized we need to improve on the facility. And these are the resources that we are making available for peace process.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for that response and a very concrete example in terms then of really that political will does also go with the empowering of people to be able to ensure that what needs to be done is actually done. My next question to you is, as you look back over the past 25 years, what are some of the most important lessons for leaders today who want to advance the women, peace and security agenda?
The important lessons can also be found in the Secretary General reports, particularly the report that was reviewing the 10th anniversary of this resolution, where many findings have really came out that include that when women are participating in the whole peace process, you see a lot of difference. To the extent that some countries start demanding from the UN that they want women to be part of the peace process. I remember at one point as a country, through the UN, we were asked to send 100% female contingent peacekeepers in Darfur. And we did. And that was a demand from the community. And when they came out, they realized that their concerns were more listened to. So these are the lessons really. And also, we have no shortage of women negotiators. I think Ponzile in the room, having served in the women office in New York at the Secretariat, could prove to that effect that whenever there is a need to include women in the peace process, there has never been a shortage. They are there, some are in this room. So we have built that capacity. But as we can see, the gaps are still there. So those are good lessons that women are ready to take up such positions. Women, they have the capacity. And also that women listen to issues with a different ear. Women have also enriched the agenda on the table of negotiation. For example, when women are saying, because you are talking from your own experience, if you are talking to a woman and the woman is crying, that's not a weakness. That you must read to it, and then you will be able to understand the extent of the problem, and then you'll be able to find a solution. So these are the things that women are bringing on the table. After you listen, then you see, did you hear here? She said this and this. He said this and this. Analyze it. And at the end, when you follow and you go exactly to that advice, you will find this is the truth, which you could have not discovered, and you just start talking and not solving the problem.
Thank you so much for those lessons. And I think these are lessons we can all take forward as we continue with also our leadership journeys, as many of us in this room are leaders. My next question to you is just to say to you that when I was reflecting on this conversation, I pondered a little bit on the fact that Namibia is a conflict-free country, but yet you are such a strong or a great advocate for peace and security. The statements that you are making at global level with what's happening in Palestine and Gaza, Madagascar, and in some circles, you have even been recognized as Mama 1325, which says a great deal about your leadership ethos. Can you please talk to this point and share how Africa can continue to lead in implementing the WPS agenda, particularly the role of young women and men who can play that role in ensuring that it remains a priority?
Yeah, Africa can lead, and Africa has already established the ground for leading and champion the issue of women and peace in general. If you look at Agenda 2063, which is the roadmap for Africa's development, the issue of peace and security has been put as priority number one. And even in the first 10 years of the implementation, what was on top was the silencing of the guns. Unfortunately, we are still hearing guns in the African continent. But that does not mean nothing has happened. So Africa has a responsibility to champion peace and security in the continent, and that is why the African Union have established the AU Peace Security Council, Peace and Security Council, which is to oversee these programs. I mentioned that last year we celebrated the 20 years for the establishment of the AU Peace and Security Council. And there, the discussions on the participation of women in peace process is highlighted. And that is even led to the appointment of the special envoy on women and peace in the office of the secretary, of the chairman of the commission. For a long time, at the beginning, the first person to go in was our friend Diop, and now our Mula is there. This is the recognition, and they have really to run this project. I know for our commitment on the peace, when this office was established, there was no staff. And as a country, at the time I was a Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. The current minister was a ED. We then decided on the expenses of Namibia to attach an officer to the office of the special envoy in order to help to set up that office. I think that was our concrete contribution when we say when we say your political will must be accompanied by real action. So now when the African Union decided, the chair decided to appoint this envoy, needed the support. The position, they were not budgeted, they were relying on the donors, and as a country we say it's our decision. So let us attach a person, we cover all the costs so that it will help in setting up the office. We attached a very able colonel who served in the Namibian Defense Force, and she did a commendable job. And Madam Diop can really stand for that. So that is the commitment we really have as a country to Africa to pursue peace and security in order to give meaning to the unity of the continent and to ensure that we develop this continent. It's a pity that our continent is still bleeding with our young people living in poverty, unemployment. Meanwhile, we are spending a lot in arms where the guns are not silenced. And then each one become a spender in that, because when you are sending peacekeeping missions, you are spending those resources that could be used for developmental purpose. But it's a responsibility that we have. And we have to leverage on the experience that we have gained thus far so that Africa can really succeed in its championing for peace and security in the continent and in the world. So our contingent are not only confined to Africa. Namibia had to send contingent to Cambodia and others because we want the international peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. And Your Excellency, knowing that young people are also at the very center of your heart, and yourselves, Mama Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, you've all been wonderful advocates in the women, peace, and security agenda. Now, how do you see this as handing over the baton to young people, women, girls, to also who are aspiring for this peace, how do they also take the baton to lead and do what you have been doing over the years?
Yeah, I can see that we are really doing a lot of work. Answering this question of passing the baton, let me really here now thank the women leaders, those who are currently no longer in the office. 4 of them are here. And the network of women leaders that they have set up is a commendable idea. It's a good initiative. And those in the offices, like our sister, the president of Tanzania, has been a strong support to this network. She even organized an event which she chaired and advocate on the work of this. And as she, we are all really hopeful that the chance will come. Together, those of us in the African continent being in the office, I'm really looking forward that with Mama Samia, we can work together and work with the team of these leaders in order to make sure that the baton can be passed on. Because in the peace, each and every contribution matters. Our young people, they really need to be molded. Sometimes you are forced to put people on the spot, because for too long, what I experienced in Namibia, when we talk about women and peace, our young people, they feel we are just talking about the elderly women. So that's why when I took office, I had to disappoint one of our young person, enjoying herself in the Ministry of Youth, because that's what she enjoys better. And they say, I'm sorry, I'll make you the Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare to enable us to pass the baton. Emma, you can stand up. So it was not meant to punish you. It was a deliberate move that we need to be passing the baton to the young people. And I'm sure being in the office where she is now, and following the debate in this room, she's realizing the power that she's having. She's having the power to ensure the intergenerational, when we talk about women empowerment, when we talk about development, when we talk about the women and peace agenda. So that is really how we are going to pass the baton. We need to engage them, and we need to make them know. During tea break, the discussion almost came, but the protocol disrupted us. And we were learning what is happening in other countries, how in South Africa and others, Ethiopia, like how the young people really are having interest on this whole issue of women and peace. So let us encourage them, because they are the future, and it will be sustained, and it will become more effective, more efficient. We don't want to be always talking about no peace. We just want it to come to maintain it. Then we can concentrate on the issues of bread and butter, which are very critical in the African continent.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And what you have shared in terms of the future, because as we sit here, we are always looking to the future. We are not going to say the young people are the future. The young people are now. And so I take note of what you have shared in terms of the baton, the several networks that are ongoing in several countries, which are the ones which then are going to help us to raise the leaders for tomorrow, or the leaders for today going into tomorrow. And the United Nations Pact of the Future, which Namibia co-facilitated with Germany, is a roadmap in terms of how we take that peace and security, particularly looking at women, forward. Are there any last words that you would like to give to us before I conclude this hypothetical fireside chat?
No, as you ended with the peg for the future, which Namibia was honored to co-facilitate with Germany, we really have to look at the future. And I hope we who are the leaders of today, our actions are inspiring our young people so that they will be able to inspire the next generations. Because as we know, that leadership must be inspiring. Leadership must be mentoring. I do not believe with anybody who can be in the office, and when is the time for you to leave, and I ask you, whom do you think can play your role? And then you say, I don't think if there's anybody. That is a total failure on your side. Do you want to tell me that you were working alone? Which means you have not inspired anybody. You are not seeing the result of your work. You have failed completely. So let us inspire others so that when we leave, you live comfortably, knowing that what you have been doing, another person will do it better. Remember, the students always know better than the teacher because they do their research. So I'm really asking the leaders of today to be inspiring leaders, to mentor others, for them to inspire the other generations so that we can sustain peace and stability in the world, for true democracy to exist, and of course, to address the real needs of the people by ensuring prosperity for all. And I thank you for this opportunity, and I thank all of you for coming to Namibia and for participating in this anniversary. Our team, the organizers, you have done us proud. Honorable ministers, that is international relations and trade, gender equality and child welfare, the Minister of Home Affairs, the Minister of Defense, because these are the steering team that are leading the peace, the women peace agenda in Namibia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you, esteemed guests, for allowing me to moderate this powerful session. And I really feel that the tone has been set for the rest of what will happen in the next few days. So my parting words to you is, we need your insights. We look forward to your engagement. And thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you.
Can we give them another round of applause, please? While The protocol is quickly transforming the stage here. The following, we will move on to our next presentation, and that is the high-level panel discussion. And our high-level panel discussion will be moderated by Her Excellency Liberata Mulamula. And our panelists will be Her Excellency Madame Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Her Excellency Madame Catherine Samba Panza, Her Excellency Madame Sale Walk Zeude, and Her Excellency Pumzile Mlambo Ncuka. May I please ask for you to come along with the device for translation in case, no, you're fine, okay.
Good afternoon. Our Namibian sisters and brothers, can I say Mwalelepo? From East Africa, the other Zambiambo. Salama. Salamu alaikum. Asante sana. Excellencies, I'm so honored to moderate this distinguished panel. When we were preparing, and then of course I didn't ask for this role, but I wanted to be in this panel. So because we were told in our meeting yesterday, with the civil society organizations, that women, we should now be demanding, not asking. So I demanded to be in this panel. But it is my honor. We have this panel that is anchored on the important theme from legacy to leverage. From legacy to leverage, addressing African leadership and the future of women, peace and security. Excellencies, I believe you are aware. Just give an overview of what this session is all about. But one thing I want you to bear with me, you are on the hot seat. I'll have questions, only 2 questions to you after I give this overview. We all know that Africa has played a central role in promoting peace, addressing conflicts, and advancing the women peace and security agenda over the past decades. Building on the theme of leadership explored in the fireside chat we just heard from Our Excellency Mama Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. So this panel brings together, as you can see and appreciate, former African women leaders, formidable leaders, to reflect on their contribution to peace, security, and women's inclusion in governance, bringing insights from contexts marked by transitions, reconstruction, and reforms. Through their personal experiences and collective wisdom, the panelists, our leaders, will focus or will discuss leadership approaches and actions and explore how the institutional legacies and lasting impact of their contributions can be leveraged during and beyond their time in office to strengthen the women peace and security agenda across the continent. And lastly, the discussion will underscore the true leadership extends beyond one's term in office. They will highlight how the legacies of women leadership continue to shape Africa's peace and security and the landscape. Embedded in strengthened institutions, inclusive policies, and improved communities, by connecting these legacies to ongoing action, the conversation will reaffirm the enduring influence of women leaders in building a more peaceful, equitable, and resilient Africa. Excellencies, after that pitch, allow me to put to you, I know, Excellency, Mama Sally Zeudi was telling me, I hope I'm not the first. I want to put you on the spot, but I've been guided, and I will stick to my script, that I should start with Your Excellency Mama Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of the Republic of Liberia. Mama, you go first. Karibu sana. The question, Mama, as a trailblazing woman or woman who was the first to hold the highest office in your country, what were your aspirations for peace and national building, and what leadership approaches did you adopt to navigate gender barriers, whether political, social, or institutional? Mama, we want to hear from you. Karibu sana, as we say in Tanzania.
Thank you. You know, Her Excellency, the President, said it all. And I hope that all the young people in this audience and the young people out there in Radio Land will take some notes on the things she said. I'll be very brief. She started out by saying, know your beginnings. Know where you start from. Your own family environment, because that establishes for you the value, the aspirations to go forward. She said, strength through resilience. Focus on what you want, but go to it and be prepared that there will be obstacles. Where you can overcome those obstacles by your determination. She said, teamwork. You don't know it all. Listen to others, learn from others, teach others. That's teamwork. She said it all. She also said, and that's your legacy issue, you must be able to come together and realize that if you want a future, you've got to prepare others so they can take over. And that legacy is that because you've been successful to achieve what you have, now pass the baton. Prepare the others who will take it from you, and they can carry it on. For me, the thesis was there. The thesis has been made. You need to just put it now together. But to answer your question.
Yes, Mama. Yes.
To answer your question, my situation was a bit different because I took office after 2 decades of civil conflict and civil destruction, infrastructure discussion, institutional dysfunctioning. And how do you rebuild on that? Of course, I brought to it, like Her Excellency the President, some of those characteristics that build a record. The one of being part of activism for a long time, taking positions, learning, sharing, teaching, and being able to then take the leadership position that you've been blessed with by your citizens and supported by your international partnerships, is to then build a legacy, in our case, was peace. Because of the conflict, because trauma of our young people had not been addressed, it was a question of doing that. But also, again, realizing that it's the young people who will be the determinants of the success in the future, is to make sure you identify those young people who had not only the capabilities, the determination, but those who represented the kinds of values that will enable them to carry the task. And in looking for it all, what would bring it all together was to ensure that you build leadership. That leadership that you personally did through example, leadership that came from giving others the opportunity, like the President said, to shine, to be ready for succession. And so I believe, in closing, that, again, I will point to what Her Excellency said, that those of us who have been favored with leadership have a responsibility. The responsibility now is to prepare the younger people and to take that responsibility through the organizations in which we now hold leadership position and in which we support, like Alwyn,
Yes.
is to now use our own experiences, our own examples, our own abilities to now reach out and to bring together a momentum of expanding the view with one common theme through it all, that to get the future of Africa moving, one needs to build in our younger people the leadership of example and responsibility. And that is our responsibility if we're going to do to ensure women are the major changes in our own future aspiration, is the promotion and protection of women, and as you say, the ones that you can depend on to change the values, to change the modus operandi, and to achieve the results. Thank you, Mula Mula.
Thank you very much, Mama. You have heard. We have to change the modus operandi to bring change. Mama, you have actually, Your Excellency, you have actually, maybe you have won the test because you have also answered my second question. So now allow me to call on Her Excellency Mama Sal Wek Zewde. Mama Sally, again, I want to put to you, as a trailblazing woman who was the first president of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, you came in not at easy times, you persevered, you succeeded. So I would like you to share with this audience. First of all, when you came in, what were your aspirations for peace and nation building? And secondly, Your Excellency, what leadership approaches did you adopt to navigate gender barriers, whether political, social, all institutions, all the above? Thank you, Excellency. I'd like to hear from you.
Thank you very much, my sister. I would like to really express the feeling that is in me in being today in Namibia. We shouldn't be anywhere else. Her Excellency, the President herself embodies really what this country has done to be where we are today in terms of women, peace, and security. But there is a lot in front of us, but this should have been done. And congratulations to you, my sister Liberata, for being where you are today, because this is a position that you really, truly deserve. Mine is different because in Ethiopia we have a parliamentary system. So the position of a president normally should be outside politics, meaning it's above the fray. It's above the political divisions that you have to maintain that stability of the country. And any high position holders are elected by parliament, the representative of the people, in other words. So it came to me as a complete surprise. I didn't lobby or what for it, coming from a whole career in diplomacy, both national and international. But as you said, we were at the beginning of a new transition. When I was called in, we were okay, but later on, unfortunately, I had to oversee a very difficult situation. But as a premonition, when I was sworn in my speech of exactly 18 minutes, I mentioned the word women and peace 25 times in equal measures for both, as if it shows my commitment to both. In the UN, I've been on peace and security practitioner in position, and so on. But as fate has it, I had to oversee a very bloody internal conflict in my own country. So what I did really was, in terms of leadership, and what we have to do is to remain the symbol of unity of the country. That's the glue. A head of state is a glue that keeps the country together. Because we had an internal, it's among ourselves, the fighting, that we cannot be divided and should not be allowed to be divided on ethnic, religious, or whatever lines. Ethiopia is one, and we should come together. So, as a symbol of unity, and as a bridge builder in any sense, but also as a person who will give courage to anyone who comes, towards peace, towards finding solutions. So I used everything, as Her Excellency, the President of Namibia earlier said, tenacity is very important. You should not, be destabilized each and every moment. That's very important. Second, the power that you have is to shed light on issues and say as they are. In all what I did, I preached the fact that in any given country, an internal conflict, there is no victory in internal conflict because you kill your brother at the end of the day. We have to be very cautious of that fact. So, pushing towards embracing more peaceful means of dealing with issues, encouraging others to work at the grassroots. Those institutions that form, insider mediators at the grassroots levels, because those people have seen this coming long time ago. Things can also be prevented. But the leadership is the one that you have, which sticks to your values. You shouldn't be, getting away from there. To remain true to yourself. You believe in one thing, you have to remain true. And whatever happens, that would, at the end of the day, I found it to be very important. You have to show that I chose empathy over anything else. I don't think this is a weakness. You have to be to show that sentiment when there is something terrible going on in your country and elsewhere. Empathy is for those who die for no reason, I would say. To be yourself an example, to show that a woman can do it. I'm here, whether you like it or not, those who don't like it, but we will have to compose. This is also, at any moment, I would not forget to remind people that I'm here, I'm not half a president or what, and so on, and to have this authority that you have to assume. You don't have to shy away on that. If you can't do it, use it really the fullest. Those were really, so that at the end of the day, people do not say, we have given the chance for a woman, she has been the first woman president here, and look at the results. So we have to always be on our guards so that, we, in every step that we do, we succeed in what we do. Thank you.
You heard that you have to remain a leader, hold on to the leadership, and be yourself. Whether they like you or not, you are the president. I remember my president, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, in her maiden speech, after she was nominated as president, she said, "I am the president of the United Republic of Tanzania, who happens to be a woman." So now, let me turn to Her Excellency Mama Catherine Samba Panza. Son Excellence, je vous salue. Mama Panza, I put the same question to you. As a trailblazing woman who was the first to hold office during the transition period in your country, Central African Republic, you were given the responsibility that was not easy to steer the country through that transition, and you did well, I must say. So my question to you too, we'd like to hear from you, Your Excellency. First of all, what were your aspirations for peace and national building in Central African Republic, knowing the time that you took leadership? And what leadership approaches did you adopt, given again the situation that was prevailing in your country? But 3, how did you navigate the gender barriers, whether political, social, or institutional? And I always say for the women leaders in Africa, the barriers are not the glass ceilings, but they are the wooden ceilings. So tell us, Your Excellency, how you are able to navigate through those barriers. Thank you. Vous avez la parole, Son Excellence.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Permettez-moi, avant de répondre à votre question, d'exprimer ma gratitude, ma profonde gratitude à Madame la Présidente de la République, au gouvernement de la Namibie,
the government of Namibia,
bien pour l'accueil chaleureux, particulier, qui nous a été réservé depuis notre arrivée hier, moi-même et ma suite. Cela dit, je pense que mon expérience... Je suis arrivée à la tête de l'État de la transition sans provenir des milieux politiques. Je suis un pur produit de la société civile qui s'est toujours battue pour la défense des droits de l'homme, des droits des femmes et surtout pour protéger les femmes, protéger les enfants. Et je suis un pur produit également du secteur privé où je travaillais dans la rigueur et où j'avais une carrière assurée. Mais tout en étant dans le secteur privé et tout en étant dans la société civile, je m'impliquais dans toutes les questions de paix, de sécurité, de réconciliation, de négociation, de médiation au niveau national. Donc je suis venue pour mon activisme dans ce secteur, dans ce domaine. Et puis, J'ai eu mon expérience à la Bangui. Très
Excusez-moi, Son Excellence, il n'y a pas de traduction.
Mes excuses, Excellence, on ne reçoit pas encore la traduction.
Now, it is one? It is one now. Okay, yes, now we can, yes.
Je reprends.
Allez-y, Excellence.
Je reprends. Désolé. D'accord. Je disais donc à Madame l'ambassadeur Moula de me permettre de remercier Madame la Présidente de la République de Namibie, le gouvernement namibien et le peuple namibien pour l'accueil qui nous a été réservé, ma suite et moi-même, depuis hier, depuis notre arrivée. Cela dit, je voudrais, en répondant à la question de l'ambassadeur Moula, dire que je suis arrivée à la tête de l'état de la transition sans provenir de milieux politiques. Je n'avais aucun 2014 de la transition. J'étais un pur produit de la société civile où j'étais très impliquée pour la défense et la protection des droits des femmes et des enfants et des droits de l'homme en général. Et puis je suis arrivée à la mairie de Bangui dans un contexte où la ville de Bangui était en pleine détresse et où les communautés étaient en pleine détresse et avaient besoin d'être accompagnées. J'ai accompagné les communautés, j'ai accompagné la population, notamment les femmes et les enfants, à cette période particulière où la transition était vraiment peinée à avancer. Et les femmes, ce sont les femmes. Et là, je voudrais dire, quand on dit que la femme est l'ennemi de la femme, ce n'est pas mon cas. Ce sont les femmes qui sont venues à moi et qui m'ont dit, Madame Samba Panza, la situation est dramatique. Le pays va vers le chaos. Les hommes ont essayé de diriger le pays à travers plusieurs transitions. Ça n'a pas marché. Nous ne voulons plus avoir une expérience d'homme à la tête de l'état de transition. Nous voulons une femme. Et compte tenu de votre expérience, Madame Samba Panza, nous voulons que vous vous présentez pour mener la transition.
The end, because there was still 2 years remaining before the end of the transition period. I felt called out given the hardship and given the violence as well as the hate that existed within the community. And I felt led to answer and say yes by saying we will go, I will lead, but women and the youth have to accompany me.
À la paix, pour faire des marches, pour faire des prières. Aidez-moi.
And prayers. And they said, Madam Samba Panza, we are in agreement and we will accompany you. That is how I ascended at the National Council of Transition, which is the National Assembly of the Transition. And I won over the men that were there, and we were many candidates, and I won. But everything is not about the victory that I obtained. I ascended to the helm of a country that was totally down. There was no economy, there was no army, there was no administration, there were humanitarian priorities, there were security-related priorities. Everything needed to be done all over again. So where to start from? In that desert area, and I could only rely on the international community who could give us funds because the countries, the national accounts were empty. So I had to meet the various antagonists of this crisis, of that crisis, to reflect on measures to exit this crisis. So I've used dialogue as my main weapon for my governance. I have made consensus the main modus operandi to find solutions on important questions of the nation. I called on socio-political actors, and we thought together. I felt because there were armed groups that were very powerful, we had political parties that were fighting to take back power. I felt that my political leadership as a woman may have been affected. So I have positioned myself as a head of state, mother of the nation, who spoke a language of peace and gathered everyone around her. That was a strategy that worked. I was called everywhere I was being called as mother of the nation everywhere, so that every time I had a message, I could express them easily. I have involved in this transition governance all the various regions of the nation, so that no one would feel left out or forgotten. So within the government, all the regions were represented. However, I needed to have at least 30% of women in the government. That was an issue because we were in a very delicate period, because all the other antagonists had to be represented within the government. And I could already have 9 positions for women. That was an issue. First of all, we had the Prime Minister and also with the other armed groups. I insisted and I was able to obtain 9 women in my government. And this was not just women to be there or to fill a position. We had women at economies, education, defense, at important positions. People were looking at us by saying, will these women take this, will these women be able to hold on? I've asked this woman to hold on and to work according to these responsibilities that I gave them. If a similar experience is going to happen in Africa, they can use us as reference and say women succeeded in Central Africa Republic. And in moments of discouragement, I thought of every African woman and I said, I have to hold on. And I have to continue moving forward. And I said, I will not give up and women have to go forward. That is how we were able to hold a referendum for us to go back to order, because that was the main objective of the transition, to hold elections, because that was amongst the objectives of the transition periods, to relaunch the administration within the country, not totally, but at least partially, and also to relaunch the economy, but most importantly, to implement a national dialogue. The citizens of Central Africa had to speak amongst them, and we had to also have a national dialogue. The other dialogue that took place in Central African Republic came from the high level to the lower level. So we chose some representatives of socio-political forces, and we put them together to have dialogue. I've said no. We are going to go in every corner of Central Africa Republic. We send a mission in every village, in every department, to ask what does Central African citizens want? What do they want? What is their vision for the next 5 years? How do they want to implement a sustainable politic to get out of the crisis with the support of various partners of the UN And with the African Union Commission and also with our own means, we went around the country. We have obtained the visions of these Central African Republic citizens. And it is their vision that was part and parcel of the architecture that we were able to develop the constitution that was presented to the people through the vision that we obtained from the grassroots population. We developed a constitution, a new constitution, and we were able to come back to order. African Union that excluded us because of the coup that took place also reviewed the situation, and also the other institution that excluded us, after we came back to order, these same structures helped us to organize our elections, to be able to put in place new institutions. Thus, we had to have a strategy that could allow us to be accepted. My political leadership as a woman was constantly questioned. Political parties did not consider me as a true head of state. In fact, our constitution never gave me the title of President of the Republic. I had the title of head of state. I was not elected, so I could not have the title of President of the Republic. But for me, it was enough for me to be known as head of state, and it had allowed me to do the work in terms of all the responsibilities that I had. So this is what I can say. So now I'm done in terms of transition. I respected my engagements as it was stipulated in the documents, not to be a candidate for the elections. We respected the words that we spoke. It is important to respect the words spoken. And after the transition period, I told myself there is life after power. There is life after power. I came back to my first love in terms of civil society, and I continued going around with Africa Union, United Nations, across Africa to share my experience as a political woman. So that is how with other institutions and with Mama, Sister Liv, that brought me into her foundation, we started training future women leaders. I was together with Excellency the President Amuje. I was together with her in Liberia. We tried to bring our experience to others. We have the responsibility to share our experience, our challenges, the solutions that we have found with other women, but most importantly, to pass them to the new generation. There were therefore various intergenerational meetings where we met with young people who asked us, how did you start? They wanted to know, you look beautiful in these beautiful dresses. Have you always had this? We said no, we came from poor backgrounds, we studied, we fought for what we have today. So you can also fight and you can be able to attain to it. That is what I can share with you in terms of experience sharing. And in concluding, I always went out of the country to share my experience. I decided to create a foundation in my country. I created a foundation, Catherine Samba Panza, for women in my country, in which I'm involved since a year ago now, where I also try to bring something to women in terms of leadership, in the area of capacity building, in terms of political leadership, in the area of WPS, Women, Peace and Security, in the area of education, knowledge of their rights. So I'm very busy right now with my foundation. It is a foundation for Central African Republic, but with various ramifications across Africa. This is what I can say.
You have all heard. What an experience. Oh, I don't have my mic. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Madam President. You have had that experience. We have also heard how she was able to challenge the stereotype that's always out there, that women don't like each other. But also more important, she's mentioned what is in the title. She didn't care that she was not addressed as a president, but as head of state. But more important, you are a mother of the nation. Congratulations, Mama. Now, get ready to hear from Mama Phumzile Mlambo Nguka. Mama Phumzile, I'm putting to you a similar question. As a trailblazing woman who was the first to be the deputy vice president of the Republic of South Africa, we want to hear also from you. What was your experience in terms of, course, national building? How did you explore the gender barriers, both political, social, and institutional? Karibu Mama Phumzile.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Mulamula, my president. Thank you for inviting us to be here. I think when we consider that when Resolution 1325 was adopted at the United Nations, it was after a genocide in Rwanda, in Bosnia, and generally the world was not in a good place. But the presence of these resolutions and the many others that came after it began to normalize the situation, but not far enough, obviously. But now with 25 years, we've come full circle into a situation where conflicts have erupted to such an extent that it seemed like we are at risk of going back to where we started. But now we know a lot about how we can position women in this fight. We know that when women participate in peacemaking, that peace is likely to be sustained. We also know that when peacekeepers include women and they are sent into a country, the conditions of the women in a country in conflict, it changes the situation of women. Women move from being afraid of the people who have come to keep peace in their country to have those people as friends. which is why I also want to thank many of the countries who have sent peacekeepers. I thank the women peacekeepers of Namibia and peacekeepers from all around the world. Yes, I think it's important to clap for them. But I do want to answer your question differently, not just about South Africa, also about the world. We now have seen the steepest rise in arms expenditure in the world. Right now, the world spends $2.7 trillion in arms. That is the highest number since the Second World War. That is a great concern. At the same time, 17% of women and girls live within 15 kilometers of armed conflict. So women and girls are at risk. And there are more women and girls who die in conflict, even though they are not in combat. And sexual violence has increased by 80%. So we certainly have to change the gears in our strategy to fight for peace and security, because we know so much now. We are much stronger than we were 25 years ago, and we are much more prepared. But the elephant in the room is the countries that make the Security Council. In the United Nations, you have got the General Assembly, which takes care of all matters of the United Nations. And then you have the Security Council, which is the highest body for peacekeeping in the world. And the countries that contribute most to the arms race right now are in the Security Council. That is the biggest tragedy of the world, that the keepers of peace are the ones that are causing wars. They make the arms, they sell the arms, they profit from arms. They then fight the wars, they attack countries, peaceful countries. So as we think about the anniversary of 1325, this, I feel, is what we have to think about in the bigger scheme of things. How do we change the world in such a way that the peace institution of the world, which is the Security Council, is not in the hands of people who are making arms and selling arms and increasing the number of arms we have in the world, everywhere in the world? That would be my contribution.
Thank you very much, Mama Phumzile, for bringing to our attention that stark reality. I remember when you were the ED of UN Women, you always reminded us that we should not speak from emotions, but from the facts. You have put the facts to us, the amount of money that is being spent on arms in trillions, while we always say the elephant in the room is the funding gap. But then you have brought a new elephant in the room that we have to deal with and focus. So my dear sisters and brothers, you have heard the experiences of our former presidents, the vice president. I didn't go to the second question because they have answered in the process the second question, because the second question was about when you are out your tenure as the end in the office. How do you continue to provide the leadership in pushing this agenda, but also how do you mentor the young and the upcoming leaders? Maybe President Sali, you wanted to say something on this? No? Because you have touched on this. But then as we were speaking, if you allow me, just less than 3 minutes, I got a message from the Rwanda delegation. Maybe because Mama Phumzile, you put it in the context of the genocide in Rwanda, 1994. But then they want to say in 2 minutes about from legacy to leverage. So if you allow, just give 2 minutes to Rwanda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, a very good morning to you all. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. My name is Clémentine Mukeka, and I am Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Rwanda. Allow me to start by thanking our gracious host, the Republic of Namibia, for this very inspiring conversation and for your warm hospitality. And listening to the reflections of very powerful women, it has been very energizing and very humbling, and I thank you so much. Indeed, for Rwanda, this conversation is very personal because our journey has shown that when there is a genuine political will, the women, peace, and security agenda can move from practice to reality. And under the leadership of His Excellency President Paul Kagame, Rwanda has made a very clear choice. Rwandan women are at the front of our national recovery and decision-making bodies. Your Excellencies, today we are so proud that women in Rwanda host 64% of seats in the parliament. 64% in the parliament, nearly half of our cabinet are women in Rwanda. So, and the point is beyond numbers. It is about leadership, a leadership that listens, that empowers, and Rwanda today has emerged as a global leader in integrating women into peacekeeping roles as well. And this demonstrates that a strong commitment to gender equality and effective peace building can be achieved. So my simple and humble request is, as we move ahead in Africa in general, I think to sustain these achievements, we must empower and prepare the next generation of African women and girls, because we need to equip them with the knowledge, the confidence, and the tools to navigate a very changing world from climate resilience and to peacekeeping. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We have heard that very impressive experience of Rwanda, having 64% of women in parliament, more than half in cabinet. But also, I know our president, Mama Nandi-Ndaitwah, you made the UN General Assembly stand in applause when you gave us the numbers of women in your government. So it can be done. So, Excellencies, I want to thank you so much. I know you had a lot to share, and we could be here until the next October as we celebrate maybe another 30 years. So we may agree with me that we have benefited a lot, that it can be done. And so for the men in the room, you have heard that when you want something done, in whatever circumstances, give it to a woman. But if you want it, well, maybe say it, give it to a woman. And never give up. And as they say, you lead without a title. And we have heard how these women have led without necessarily maybe having the right title. So, Excellencies, I want to thank you. I know it's been quite a day. And Your Excellency, President Netumbo, Nandi-Ndaitwah. Thank you for being there with us and for hosting us so well and giving us this opportunity. And I believe for the young women and men, boys leaders, you have been inspired. You have inspired that while we work on the legacy, you work on the legacy of these leaders, but you are the leveraging the future. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Can we give them another round of applause, please? We will break for lunch. I believe our liaison officers are ready at the back and outside to accompany the guests to the 2 places that have been identified for lunch. Our distinguished guests in front have received invitations for lunch. The liaison office, your liaison office, plus the protocol officer will accompany you or to take you to the venue. The rest of the invited guests, protocol and other liaison officers are also outside to accompany you to a restaurant called Nomad. In case you get lost, ask where is the
This is the story of Mateus Shikeva, who once faced the darkness of suicidal thoughts. His journey sheds light on the silent battles many people fight and the strength it takes to keep going.
I'm a survivor for suicide and also run an organization which is called Men Let's Rise to help men in the community that are also going through the same phase that I went through.